Thank you, Tessa.
No problem.
Tessa, I'm here. I'm going to be gone for 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Daniel, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Long time no see. Like 30 seconds ago, right?
Yeah, just about.
Alrighty. Well, I think all the other commissioners should be jumping on soon, so I'm just going to take a quick break and I'll be right back.
Nice to see you, Mr. Me.
Good to see you, Commissioner.
Where did Mr. Me get a haircut at? How come I can't look at everybody?
It's a little, so up on the top corner,
Yeah.
there's a little thing if you hover over it, there's a grid view. Commissioner Garcia,
Yeah, no, I'll play it. I see.
did you get it?
Yeah, but just see. I see where on the top right on the screen. Grid
Yeah,
view?
top right, there's two little round circles. And
Yeah,
it's the one that has three different views. And if you click on grid view, you get to see everybody.
Okay, it looks like we have all of our commissioners on.
Whoa.
So I'm going to go ahead and start the meeting. So I'm going to call this meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, June 30th, and this is our regular BCC meeting. So I'd like to call to order. Can I get a roll call, Madam Clerk? Do we have the clerk on?
Mr. Chair, I'm calling her right now.
Okay.
This is Julia.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy.
Can Julia do it? This is a deputy clerk.
Well, Mr. Chair, in the interest of time, our recorder can do it, or I can do it.
Please. If you don't mind.
I'll do it. I have it right here.
Dave.
Sorry. Chair Roybal,
Here.
Commissioner Hanson,
Present.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Here,
Commissioner Garcia,
Here.
Commissioner Moreno.
You went out, Julia.
Okay. You have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk Valdez. We're going to go on to our.
Mr. Chair, I just want the record to reflect that Commissioner Moreno is present.
Thank you. Thank you, Manager Miller. We're going to go on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item number C. And we're also going to do agenda item number D, which is the Pledge of Allegiance and the State Pledge. So if everybody can can rise, and we're going to go ahead and get pictures of the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Go ahead.
For which it stands,
One nation. Under
Pledge
God,
of Allegiance to
indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
We could mute their microphones, please. Just my microphone will stay on. So I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Thank you. Next, we're going to go on to item number E, which is a moment of reflection. And this is from the County Manager's Office. We have Tessa Jo Mascareñas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today. Being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community, we take a moment of silence.
Mr. Chair, if I could, before we take a moment of silence.
Chair also.
Mr. Chair, I'd actually like to have a moment of silence for our county managers, for herself, her husband, and her family, as well as her mom who passed away. Also, so if we can have a moment of silence for that. Also, in regards to Victor Gonzalez, he worked for the county for many, many years. He was actually with the gentleman that did the maintenance at the housing. He passed away. And also, Rodolfo Anaya, famous author from northern New Mexico, also passed away. So those are the three individuals I'd like to have a moment of silence.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hansen?
Yeah, and I would also definitely like to recognize a couple of people who have passed away. One is Connie Salazar, a long-time Democratic ward chair in this district, and somebody who is very near and dear to my heart. Her and Minnie Gallegos were really great friends of mine. And I have always missed them. Connie has been not well for a number of years, and I was really sorry to see that she had passed. And then also, I wanted to just recognize Linda Elmore, who is the bug lady. And I thought it was incredibly auspicious or sad also for her that she's passed away, because I know she would have been really in support of my pollinator resolution. So if we could include those people also in our moment of silence. And thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for mentioning Manager Miller's mother, Nancy. Thank you.
I'd like to say thank you to both county managers, and if there's anybody else that wants to add to this moment of reflection, I think that I do appreciate Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Hansen bringing up individuals for us to recognize. So if we could have that moment of silence, thank you. Okay, thank you all. Okay, so next we're gonna move on to item number 1E, or actually 1F, and this is the approval of the agenda. Is there any items that have changed or any requests to move items forward on this agenda? Manager Miller, did you have any changes?
Yes, Mr. Chair. First of all, the original agenda was published a week ago, and then it was amended on 6/26 at 4:43 p.m. I just want to make sure I go through those items that were added or changed on the amended agenda. On page 1 of your agenda, 1E, moment of reflection, that caption was updated to reflect who would be doing that. Also on page 2, item 2G, under consent agenda, action items, that item was added. Under 3, miscellaneous action items, item F, the caption was updated. Under an item G was moved, as was item H moved. I am going to ask in a second, though, that you move those up on the agenda. Also, under on page 3 of the agenda, item 5C, miscellaneous and COVID-19 emergency updates, that item was added. Under matters from the county attorney, item 8A3 was added, as well as item 8B, settlement agreement. That action item was added. So those are things that were added. And then I would like to request, Mr. Chair, that when we go to item 3, miscellaneous action items, that the board consider item 3G and 3H first instead of at the end of the miscellaneous agenda?
Manager Miller, are you asking for them to be first on the miscellaneous?
Yes, I am. We need some time to prepare those items and submit them. So if we could get to today, so if we could get those moved to the beginning of the miscellaneous action item portion of the agenda.
Okay, no problem.
So those are the only changes or amendments that I have.
Okay. And
Mr.
is there
Chair?
any other changes? Yes, is that Commissioner Hamilton?
Yeah, I was
Yes.
going to move to approve the agenda with those changes.
Okay, so we have a motion of to accept the changes and approval of the agenda from,
Second.
and we have a second from Commissioner Hanson. So we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Hanson. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno,
Huh? You want to go see home? No. What's
Commissioner Moreno, are you? I
Yes,
think you're on. Yes. Okay, so we have and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So we have a unanimous decision to approve the agenda with the amendments that were mentioned, and so we have approved agenda. So we're going to go on to item number 1G, and this is the approval of the May 26, 2020 Board of County Commissioners regular meeting minutes.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Garcia?
motion for approval if there's no changes.
Second?
Right over there.
I believe that Commissioner Hanson may have some. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, but under discussion, Commissioner Hanson, did you have some changes that you submitted to the stenographer?
I have some
Commissioner Hanson?
changes that I will submit to the stenographer.
Okay, so does the motion and the second include these changes from Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno, Commissioner Moreno.
yes,
Okay, so we have, and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So we have a unanimous decision for the approval of the minutes for the May 26th meeting. Next, we're going to move on to item number 1H. And this is going to be recognition of years of service for Santa Fe County employees for June 2020. We have from the county manager's office, our county manager, Catherine Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. There's actually, I don't know why, but I have a different one from May. Did that one get included as well? May and June? So, I don't know, Daniel, if there's two of them, because the one that was given to me, I have some from May. Tell you what I'm going to do is, and I don't know why I'm getting it now, but it just came across my desk. There were 3 people in May, and then if you will pull up, Daniel, the June, that'd be great, just in case these people didn't get mentioned in the May meeting. We had 3 people who hit 5 years of service with Santa Fe County in May, and that was Shane Martinez in open space, maintenance, Kenneth Quintana in fire administration, and Catherine Urasote in our adult detention facility. So if by chance they were not mentioned in at our in our May meeting, I wanted to make sure I mentioned them now. As far as those in on today's meeting, We have in Public Works, Darren Martinez, who's in our road maintenance division, and Pedro Armendariz in property valuation in the county assessors, Margaret Barella, Patrick Griego, or PJ, Michael Madison in the Sheriff's Department, Animal Control, Leroy Alvarado in our Utilities Division, and Stephen Cerna in the County Assessor's Office as well in property valuation. All of those individuals just hit their 5 years anniversary in June. And then in IT, Jerome Blea on June 1st hit his 10 years of service. So just want to, is that all of them, Daniel? Were there any on another page, or is that the full list? Yep, that's it.
Yeah, it looks
So
like
I just wanted to congratulate them on their years of service, thank them for their commitment to Santa Fe County. We clearly appreciate those employees who make a career in Santa Fe County and keep that expertise and training that we provide to keep it here and continue to give back to the community. So thank you to those individuals for being with Santa Fe County.
Thank you, Manager Miller, and I couldn't agree with you more. It's always great to celebrate anniversaries and see that we're keeping our employees for on this list 5 years, 10 years. So I just want to congratulate all of them and thank them for their hard work. Great job. I'm going to go to all the commissioners. Commissioner Garcia, did you have a comment?
Oh, no, just congratulations, everybody. Thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Ditto, as they say. Congratulations and thank you for the years of service and for making your contributions.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, thank you all for being here and making Santa Fe County look so good.
Thank you. Commissioner Moreno?
Yeah, good job, everybody. The county is a good place to be an employee.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. So next we have item number I, and this is recognition of new hires in May 2020. Manager Miller?
You're muted.
Thank you. Somebody muted me.
Try again.
Now my watch is talking to me. Just like we recognize those employees who are hitting a milestone with the county, we'd like to welcome those new employees who've just joined us. And we usually recognize those employees from the prior month. Just ironic that today we're also at the end of the month. So when I did the other ones, that's why we had 2 months worth. But we just have those who were hired in May. As you know, we have a hiring freeze, and so we are only hiring in our critical mission positions at the moment. So this list isn't very long, but I'd still like to welcome Marshall Dean to our RECC, our dispatch center. He's a training coordinator and he started on May 9th. And James Calabaza with our utilities department in utilities maintenance. And he started with us on May 23rd. So welcome to those 2 new employees. And we're happy they have joined our team.
Thank you, Manager Miller. And yes, welcome to the family. I hope that you will we'll be able to see you celebrating your 5, 10, 15, 20-year anniversary in the future. So welcome to Santa Fe County. Any other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Garcia? Commissioner Garcia? I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Yes, just a definite welcome and knowing that it's in a way an auspicious time to join, and hopefully it's not too distressing to join during a time when it's hard to be welcomed in person, but we really do welcome you to the family.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Chair Roybal. Just welcome to everybody and enjoy your new position.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Moreno?
Yes, welcome. Welcome to the team.
Okay, I'll go back to Commissioner Garcia. Okay, it sounds like he may not be on temporarily. I'm going to go on to our next item, though, and I just want to thank Manager Miller for bringing the employees forward that we need to recognize for their anniversaries and our new hires. And I know right now it's a very small list. We're used to seeing, 10 or 15 new hires, but given the circumstances, we know that that we're not going to see that probably here in the near future for at least a while. So, but we do want to make sure that we continue to take care of the employees that we do have and the ones that we do hire that are essential. So we're going to go on to item number 2, which is our consent agenda. Now, are there any items on the consent agenda that commissioners would like to get further explanation or more information? If not, then I'll entertain a motion.
Chair Roybal,
Commissioner Hanson?
I would like to move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay,
Second.
we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Garcia? Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno?
Yes,
Commissioner Roybal is a yes as well. And I'm going to go one more time to Commissioner Garcia. Okay. So we have 4 yeses. So the motion passes on the consent agenda. So we have approved the items that are listed on the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, can we get resolution numbers for these items that we've just passed? Madam Clerk or Deputy Clerk, are you on?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you, Julia. We actually just passed our the consent agenda, and there's a few resolutions that need resolution numbers, or at least one.
Commissioner, let me get back with you on that. I'm so sorry, I'm not ready.
Okay,
give you
so
the numbers.
we'll get those numbers in just a little bit, so we'll go ahead and move on.
What numbers?
You?
The first one's 45. Okay. What do we do? 45. How many do we pass?
There's only one on consent.
Okay.
Julia, your microphone's
I'm
still on,
sorry.
but did you get, there's only one, so it's gonna be 45, is that what I heard?
That would be resolution number 2020-45.
Okay, thank you so much, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have our resolution number, and we've approved our consent agenda. So we're gonna move on to our next item on our agenda, and this is going to be miscellaneous action items. And as requested by Manager Miller, we're going to move up number 3G, and this is a resolution delegating to the county manager the authority to negotiate for medical malpractice coverage for fiscal year 2021 and to execute purchase orders, agreements, and other documents necessary to or advisable to effectuate such coverage, including but not limited to the third-party administrator contract And then from the Human Resources and Risk Management, we have Sonia Quintana, and from the Legal Department, we have Mr. Schaefer.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Greg Schaefer, County Attorney speaking, and I'll be taking the lead on the item, and Ms. Quintana will be available to backstop me and answer any specific questions that you have of her. We, by virtue of having staff medical providers at our adult detention facility, we're required to secure, as a matter of prudence, medical malpractice coverage to ensure against claims that may be brought against the county arising out of the medical care, again, that is primarily delivered and received by inmates at our county jail. The policy term is July 1 of 2020 to June 30 of 2021. So our medical malpractice policies are written on a fiscal year basis. We solicited competitive proposals both for medical malpractice coverage from insurance companies as well as from third-party administrators. We contacted, as I understand it from our broker, 22 carriers of medical malpractice insurance. Only one submitted a proposal to the county to provide us with medical malpractice insurance during fiscal year 2021. While we do recommend that the county accept that proposal, it does fundamentally change both the amount of risk that the county is assuming with regard to each claim, but also how we administer claims that arise from the jail alleging medical malpractice. With regard to the amount of risk that the market is forcing the county to bear, the minimum amount of per claim exposure that the county was offered was $200,000 per claim. What that means is that the first $200,000 of any claim will be the county's responsibility in terms of defense cost, investigation, as well as any settlement or judgment that might be entered into. That continues a trend in terms of increasing amounts of responsibility and risk being shifted from the insurance carriers to the county. As alluded to in the packet memo concerning this item, in fiscal year 2019, our deductible per claim was $25,000. Our premium for that coverage was $297,000. In fiscal year 20, our deductible was $75,000 per claim, the premium for which was $594,000. And now in fiscal year 2021, we recommend, and the minimum offered was $200,000 self-insured retention per claim, the premium for which is very comparable to what we're paying this year at $575,000 is the proposed premium for that level of coverage. This is a self-insured retention program, so it's not a traditional deductible program. In traditional insurance, the insurance company administers any claim that arises and would bill the insured for the deductible. Under an SIR program, the insured must administer the claims within its SIR. So again, we'll be responsible for choosing counsel to defend claims, for investigating those claims, setting reserves relative to those claims. That will, all be the county's responsibility, albeit we'll be required to partner with a third-party administrator, a so-called TPA. And that will be an additional cost to the county. Not only will be assuming a larger share of each claim, the first $200,000, but we'll also be required to pay the TPA their expenses relative to administering the claim, which are difficult to estimate, but we ballpark at being in the 20,000, to 25 or 30,000 range, depending upon the number of claims that are received, as well as the complexity of those claims and what it is that we ask the TPA to do on our behalf. I would highlight the following relative to the decision before the board and how the TPA that we proposed to contract with was selected. The market conditions relative to medical malpractice insurance at correctional facilities are very hard, due primarily to the frequency and size of claims that arise from such facilities, in addition to the county's own recent loss ratios. In addition, insurance companies are leery of underwriting new business because they fear a rash of COVID-19 related claims emanating from correctional facilities. And in that regard, I would highlight that as expensive as this coverage is and as much risk as we are assuming per claim, this policy comes with a COVID-19 exclusion. So in other words, the insurance company is refusing to assume any risk associated with medical care related to COVID-19 provided to our inmates. Given all of this, as bad as this news is, we still feel fortunate that we received any coverage proposal at all, because it was questionable whether or not there would be any proposal on offer. With regard to the options that we received, there was a $200,000 SIR, self-insured retention, for $575,000 in annual premium, or a $250,000 SIR for a $500,000 annual premium. Staff is recommending that we take the lower SIR and pay the higher premium, since generally speaking, medical malpractice claims are expensive to defend and settle. And so in a bad year, we think it's quite possible, if not likely, that the additional amount of risk we would be assuming would eclipse the premium savings. And in this environment where we're unexpectedly being asked to shoulder more risk, we think it prudent to do what we can to minimize the amount that we're taking on that could arise unexpectedly. The last thing I would highlight is with regard to the TPA. I think I've already touched upon how an SIR program works adequately. But in terms of the TPA, Ironshore, the proposed carrier, requires that the county use a TPA approved by it. The county, through its broker, solicited proposals from the 3 TPAs that are approved by Ironshore: Sedgwick, Western Litigation, and Hamlin and Burton. And ultimately, the evaluation committee, consisting of myself, Ms. Quintana, and our insurance broker, Scott Gates from Hub International, selected Sedgwick as the proposal most advantageous to the county. So the resolution in front of you would choose Ironshore's $200,000 SIR option as the one that's most advantageous to the county. It would choose Sedgwick as the county's TPA. That's a very important point. We can't bind coverage with Ironshore without being able to represent that we have chosen Sedgwick or another acceptable TPA as the county's third-party administrator. And then finally, it would authorize the county manager to basically do everything that is necessary to effectuate medical mal coverage for the upcoming fiscal year and secure the required TPA services, including by signing all necessary contracts and purchase orders. With that, I would stand for any questions, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer, and great job. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, just as you mentioned, great job, Greg and your staff. Very detailed, and I think now during the coronavirus and all that other stuff, I think as you mentioned that we should go with this carrier. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to possible, Mr. Chair, and then we can have a second for discussion, but great job. Very good stuff.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. So we have a motion from Commissioner Garcia. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
So a second from Commissioner Hamilton, and under discussion, Commissioner Hamilton.
Could you say a few words about, it was a very informative presentation, so I don't have any questions on those specifics. We had substantial claims in this regard, or is the lack of this kind of response to provide this coverage just a reflection of the overall market, where and threat of these kinds of facilities in general?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, I think it's fair to say that it's a combination of both our own loss experience over an extended period of time, but also the general unwillingness of insurance carriers to underwrite new business in this area. But it is both. We have had over the period of time that carriers would look at, some, bad loss years, and other years we've had good. So again, it is very much variable, but they tend to look over a long horizon in terms of assessing our likely risk profile. But there are also other conditions in the market generally relative to these claims that are negatively impacting our ability to secure coverage.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, I wanted to add to that. We're the only county in New Mexico that runs their own facility that provides their own in-house medical. So everybody else contracts their medical to, I'll call national companies that provide medical services inside a facility. So it creates a big challenge for us to get insurance because we're not spreading that out over hundreds of facilities that we operate in. We have one facility and that's ours. So that's one of the other contributing factors to the difficulty of getting insurance coverage for this.
Well, that actually makes sense, and it just makes me wonder, just because the data presented was very informative, but the jump over the last 2 years is really dramatic, and so I wonder if eventually it's going to become unsustainable.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, I think that's spot on the question that we have to ask ourselves. What do we do? Because there's a certain amount of liability, a risk here that we can't take on because it puts the entire county funds in jeopardy. We can't isolate, it's just the jail. It's part of the county. And if we can't get proper insurance coverage for that, I think that's a serious question and challenge about, do we have to look at the way we provide those medical services?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. So we're going to go on to, we actually, I'm going to go to Commissioner Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Manager Miller, and Greg, thank you for this presentation. Have we done or will we do in the future a cost analysis of what it would cost us to hire a private medical company to come into the jail. I'm guessing that Bernalillo must have hired a medical company. I mean, they're another big jail, and if we're the only ones that do our own medical, do we need to do possibly a cost analysis? I mean, the claims from 2019 to, now and 2020 and then now is a definitely substantial increase. And so I'm just curious about that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, it's been a few years since we did that. We actually did have some companies come in and present to the board. Gosh, it's probably been about 5 years now, present to the board the possibility of, how they would provide medical services versus how we provide medical services. It's been the policy of the board that they felt it was, and I'm talking the board over years, not this particular board. This has not come up as a decision point for the current sitting commission, but it has in the past been discussed and has been looked at. There was reluctance from the board to go with an outside contractor, firmly believing that county employees have a more vested interest in the health and well-being of the inmates as county employees, and that we could adjust and provide services more easily if it's our own staff. But it's always been a challenge to get enough staff. We always have had difficulty hiring enough nurses. We have a wonderful doctor, but we've had a difficult time with psychiatrists. We did, I think, even a couple of years ago, we talked about just the behavioral health portion of whether we should contract that out. As you know, we had a stretch where we could not hire a staff member for our psychiatrist, but we tried and tried. So this has been a challenge, but this change in insurance is new. This kind of major increase in insurance and the inability to get medical malpractice insurance easily has just been new. And so I think it's probably something that we definitely should explore this year, getting proposals, working on, what other ways could we potentially provide the medical services in the jail where we don't need to try to acquire medical malpractice insurance.
Thank you, Manager Miller, for that answer. And we'll just move forward.
Was that it, Commissioner?
Yes, that was it.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Moreno, did you have questions?
It seems we're in a bind, but we need to have the service. Going to have to economize in some other way in order to make it work. I'm not sure what the ultimate situation will be. I don't have any any, anything to add? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Okay, did I miss anybody? I know that we were going back and forth with different commissioners. Commissioner Garcia, did I come to you?
Yeah, it's fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chair
Thank you,
Roy
Commissioner
Ball,
Garcia. Yes.
I just want to test. This is Geraldine Salazar. I had a hard time connecting. Thank you.
Yes, we can hear you. Madam Clerk, thank you
Okay.
for being here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, great.
Okay. Okay, so that was, we did have a motion, did we already get a motion on this resolution?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Hanson and I seconded.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so we have a motion and a second and a very long discussion. But anyways, Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this resolution passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, can we get a resolution number?
Chair Roy Ball, were you discussing G?
This is item number 3G.
3G. Okay,
Yes.
so then what we're doing is moving down to G. And the resolution for the record that you just passed is Resolution 2046.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So next, we're going to move on to a resolution, and this is item number 3H. And this is also another item that was moved up on the schedule for your information, Madam Clerk, requested by Manager Miller. And this is a resolution delegating to the county manager the authority to negotiate for workers' compensation coverage for fiscal year 2021 and to execute purchase orders, agreements, and other documents necessary or advisable to effectuate such coverage. And once again, we have our county attorney, Greg Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. This item of business relates to workers' compensation coverage. We solicited proposals again through our independent broker, and we received proposals from New Mexico Mutual, who is the county's current carrier in fiscal year 20, as well as the New Mexico County Insurance Authority, which, as you're all aware, is the joint powers agreement entity created by member counties to offer pooled insurance, though it's not technically insurance, but pooled coverage to member counties selecting to acquire different coverages through it. We're asking today that the Board of County Commissioners choose the proposal that is most advantageous to the county, and through that resolution that is before the board for consideration, authorize the county manager to do what is necessary to bind that coverage. So with regard to this item, unlike the previous item, there's actually a choice for the Board of County Commissioners to make. And again, that is between NMCIA and New Mexico Mutual. And while the County Insurance Authority's proposal is nominally cheaper than New Mexico Mutual's for fiscal year 2021, staff recommends that we choose New Mexico Mutual's $25,000 deductible proposal for several different reasons. First, the New Mexico County Insurance Authority's contribution rates for fiscal year 2021 are artificially low and, in my view, as a member of that board, not sustainable. rather than charging counties the rates that would be suggested by its normal underwriting process, the New Mexico County Insurance Authority offered counties a steep discount, opting to use $3.2 million in fund balance to cover anticipated expenses in fiscal year 2021. So in other words, if you looked at New Mexico County Insurance Authority's proposed budget, the contribution rates being charged counties does not cover either their administrative cost or their anticipated cost of claims. Instead, they are planning on using $3.2 million in fund balance to bridge the gap. So in the county's case, we were offered a discount of 20% off of the normal underwriting rates, which is the only reason in staff's view that NMCIA's proposals are competitive, let alone nominally cheaper with New Mexico Mutuals. Again, we don't believe that such discounting is sustainable and would anticipate a sharp increase in future rates from NMCIA. In addition, while we have the utmost respect for NMCIA and the employees that it has through the New Mexico counties in loss prevention and otherwise, at this time, our view is that New Mexico Mutual has a more robust loss prevention program. Workers' compensation is all that New Mexico Mutual does. It is also, my understanding is that it is also the single largest underwriter of workers' compensation business in New Mexico, excuse me. So it's able to not only focus, but provide a wider array of training and other loss prevention programs for the county. And we think that not only will that help Ms. Quintana and her team improve overall employee team member safety, which is obviously our paramount goal, but it'll also help us reduce our overall cost of insurance. So in fiscal year 2020, the average cost of a workers' compensation claim was almost $10,000. So the simplest way to think about it is every claim that we avoid, not only are we avoiding team member injury, but we're saving $10,000 relative to the cost of our workers' compensation program. So choosing the partner that you feel is best situated to help you drive down your claims severity and frequency, again, not only means that you're keeping your workforce safe, but it's also saving cost in your workers' compensation program. Moving on to the detailed analysis. You've seen this before, so I won't belabor the point. Whenever you're evaluating the true cost of an insurance program, you have to look at both the premium in the case of New Mexico Mutual or the contribution in the case of the New Mexico County Insurance Authority that you pay, plus your deductible expense. It's the combination of those two that will really tell you what your true cost of insurance is. So with regard to your deductible expense, you can't predict with certainty, obviously, what that will be in advance. We have, through our broker, provided you with a range of probable values of what our deductible expense will be based upon statistical analysis. Again, that's a backward-looking focus in terms of what our claims experience was over, I think, the last 10 years in terms of what our claims were, how much they ultimately cost, and then you can analyze how much of that cost would have been ours at various deductible levels. So a medium year represents what our deductible expense would be at a given deductible level, and a statistical average year, again, looking backwards. A low year represents what our deductible expense would be at a given deductible level in a statistically low claim year, and a high year represents what our deductible expense would be at a given deductible level in a statistically high claim year. So again, that kind of gives you the range of potential outcomes, which is statistically valid based upon historic information. So the deductibles, again, that's the first dollar paid as your deductible, and it represents the portion of the claim that the county is basically self-insuring and is responsible for. So a good claims year translates, again, both into employee health and safety, but it also translates into current fiscal year savings as well as potential future fiscal year premium savings. And the comparison of offers that follow is based upon those concepts that I just went over. So the first thing that we wanted to show you is to give you a sense of how steeply discounted NMCIA's, the County Insurance Authority's contribution schedule is or offer for the county. So the first table shows what the fiscal year 2020 proposal was from NMCIA at various deductible levels, and then compares it to what the proposal was for fiscal year 2021. So again, you can see that the discount is very significant. It was 20% off of what they otherwise would have charged us. So focusing in on the $25,000 deductible level, they reduced their contribution proposal by $307,000 from fiscal year 20 to fiscal year 2021. The next table shows what the true cost of insurance by deductible level would be from the two carriers in a low, medium, and high statistical year. So the first part of the chart shows you what we would anticipate our deductible expense to be in those statistical years by deductible level. So obviously you'll see that as your deductible increases, then your deductible expense goes up. And again, this shows the range of anticipated options in a low, medium, and high statistical year. What we then do is show you what the contribution rate proposed by the County Insurance Authority was at $10,000, $25,000, and $50,000. So your true cost of insurance for NMCIA is taken by adding the premium to your proposed or anticipated deductible expense. And so when you do that, that's what we anticipate the true cost of insurance to be by deductible level and statistical year. The next part of the chart does the same thing for New Mexico Mutual. New Mexico Mutual did not offer us a $10,000 premium, a $10,000 deductible program. Instead, the two proposals from New Mexico Mutual were at the $25,000 and $50,000 deductible level. In terms of what we're recommending, we don't recommend at this time that we increase the amount of risk that the county is self-insuring. Our current deductible for fiscal year 20 is $25,000. We recommend that we stay there. As you know from the previous item, we're being forced to take on a significant higher amount of risk through the medical malpractice program, and we don't want to add to the potential downside exposure of the county by increasing risk in the workers' comp program. And so if we focus there at that level, NMCIA's total cost of insurance is estimated in an average statistical year to be $27,455 less than New Mexico Mutual's. We don't recommend that we go with that proposal, however, because again, we think those premiums are not sustainable in the long run. But focusing even on the current year, we think that New Mexico Mutual, because of its more robust loss prevention program, will be a better partner with Ms. Quintana and her team and situate us better to outperform a statistical average year and thereby reduce not only the number of claims, but our overall cost of insurance. So in other words, we believe in sum that New Mexico Mutual will help us gravitate to the lower end of the spectrum in the true cost of insurance versus NMCIA, and therefore could ultimately end up being cheaper when the year actually plays out. So with that, I would stand for any questions. I don't know if Ms. Quintana has anything that she would like to add relative to the loss prevention program and the training opportunities that are available through New Mexico Mutual. She's been working with them very closely over the last couple of months, and so I would give her the opportunity to add anything on that score if she'd like.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer. Ms. Quintana, did you have anything to add?
I believe Miss Quintana is having some issues unmuting herself, and I'm not able to unmute her as the host. Wait, I think that might have worked.
Hi, can you hear me, Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I would just like to add
Yes,
that yes,
can
we
hear you.
are. Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, we have been concentrating on increased training in the risk management division in hopes that we will be able to, through that training, lower safety claims, workers' comp claims, and our premiums. So that's all that I would like to add.
Thank you, Director Quintana. We appreciate the input. Are there any other questions from the board? I'm going to go to Commissioner Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It always takes a few minutes to unmute. And so once again, I think this is incredibly sobering news. I recognize that the New Mexico Mutual would probably be a better solution because of the training. And I think that can seriously help us with New Mexico Mutual. So with that, I would move to approve. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move to approve that we go with staff recommendation of New Mexico Mutual, but I can wait and.
No, I think it's fine for you to have the motion, Commissioner Hansen.
Okay, thank you.
I can go ahead and call if there's a second out there.
I'll second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hansen and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. Under discussion, Commissioner Hamilton, did you have any questions or comments?
No, actually, I don't. Thank you for the information, though, to Mr. Schaefer and Ms. Quintana.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Garcia, did you have any questions or comments?
No. No.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Moreno, did you have any questions or comments? Commissioner Moreno?
Yes, I support the motion.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we do have a motion and a second. Commissioner Moreno, I'm going to call for the vote now. So Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Hansen?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item passes unanimously. And if we could get a resolution number, Madam Clerk, it's item number
Yes, Chair.
3H.
Your
Yes.
first votes were for the insurer, correct? Your second was for the resolution, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so for the record, the resolution that you just passed within 3H is Resolution 2020-47.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair and Commissioner, if I could add one thought, and I appreciate the board's indulgence in terms of considering these items first. You know, I would like to note that the premium charged by New Mexico Mutual also, decreased from fiscal year 20 to fiscal year 2021. The premium in the previous fiscal year was $612,734 versus a premium this year of $534,544. So that premium did come down, as did our estimated total cost of insurance. And I believe, to provide some good news, that we are on pace this year to have one of the lower overall cost for workers' comp, since 2016. So that was a positive trend line. And I did want to acknowledge that because of the comment made about sobering news. Obviously, these are real dollars and this is a big cost. But I did want to highlight both that the premium went down as well as our overall claim experience this year. So I'd stand for any additional questions, but I wanted to add that for your edification as well as for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Hanson. I really appreciate that extra piece of knowledge. Mr. Schaefer, I really appreciate that additional piece of knowledge, and thank you. These are still large sums to deal with, and I think it's important to have as much information available as possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Yeah, I would agree with Commissioner Hanson's statement. I mean, anytime the county can save $78,000, I think that's a really great progress. So thank you. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia. Or actually, I don't know if there's any other comments from the board. I guess we've already approved this one. Is there any other comments from the board?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you for the additional information, Attorney Schaefer. We appreciate that. So we're going to go back to item number 3A. So we're going back to that item, and this is a resolution committing Santa Fe County fund balance. And from the Finance Division, we have Yvonne Herrera.
Good afternoon, Chair Roybal, Commissioners. I'm here before you to request approval of the resolution to commit fund balance for the purpose of setting aside funds for the reserves identified in the Santa Fe County Fund Balance Reserve and Budget Contingency Policy. Daniel, would you mind bringing up attachment 3, the calculated? Yeah, thank you. January 8, 2019, the BCC passed Resolution 2019-7, repealing and replacing the Santa Fe County Fund Balance Reserve and Budget Contingency Policy. The policy requires a process of committing unrestricted fund balance to set aside funds for specific purposes. This exhibit here details those specific purposes. The policy requires that we have a committed fund balance in the general fund specifically for contingency reserve, disaster recovery, uninsured loss, and the major infrastructure repair and replacement. Each of these reserves are calculated based upon either an operating budget of either the current year or fiscal year 21 or unrestricted fund balance from 2019.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, Yvonne, to interrupt you, but Daniel, can you move the screen up kind of? Because I'm just looking at the top. There you go, something like that. Thank you. Sorry.
And in addition to the general fund, the policy requires that we set aside funds and we set aside, fund balance in funds that support operations. So the next section that is on the screen right now are those special revenue funds. The only difference between those that are at 10% and those that are at 25, at the last BCC meeting, Manager Miller provided additional information as to why our public safety funds are at 25%, which is related to their support through gross receipt tax revenue. Because they are so dependent upon gross receipts tax revenue, the reserve amount has been established at 25% versus the other funds, which are only at 10%. And then finally, the policy requires that our enterprise funds and our internal service funds, if you go down to the bottom, Daniel, are established at, I believe, 10%. Yeah. So our water enterprise fund and our housing fund, actually our water enterprise fund is at 50% and our housing enterprise fund is at 10%, while our self-insurance fund is actually established at 20%. And at the last BCC meeting, we went through a presentation detailing these amounts out. Earlier today, we went through the budget and made it very clear that these amounts are separate from the cash balances that are used to budget the balance. These committed amounts are in addition to amounts that are restricted fund balance amounts by legislation or by law, whether it's federal or state. And then the difference between those restricted amounts and these committed would then be the unassigned fund balance, which is what's used for balancing the county's annual budget. And I stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Yvonne. I appreciate it. Can we go to, I'm going to go to commissioners, Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Yvonne, for this presentation. It's always helpful to be reminded of our committed fund balance revenue and the commitment that we have. I think it's incredibly important, so I appreciate you going over this. And with that, I will make a motion to a resolution committing Santa Fe County's fund balance. So I'll move this forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yeah, I'll second. I have no questions. Thanks for the information.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second under discussion. Commissioner Garcia?
No questions.
Commissioner Moreno?
No questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. So Commissioner Moreno, I'm going to call for the vote. How are you voting, sir?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton? Commissioner Hamilton?
I saw it go live and I said yes, but it didn't work, did it? Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item passes unanimously as well. Can I get a resolution, Madam Clerk, for the resolution committing Santa Fe County fund balance?
Yes, Chair Roybal, for the record, the resolution you just passed in section 3A is resolution 2020-48.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Okay. Next, we're going to have item number 3B, and this is also a miscellaneous item. And this is a request authorization for the county manager to negotiate and execute on behalf of the county the contracts and purchase orders necessary to construct lightning protection at the adult detention facility for the amount not to exceed $351,181.87, inclusive of or exclusive of New Mexico GRT. And from the purchasing division, we have Mr. Bill Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Thanks for having me this afternoon. This request, the purchasing division obtained quotes to install lightning protection at the adult detention. We're utilizing the cooperative educational services agreement, CES, with a project delivery method known as job order contracting. And this is to install the lightning protection around the outside perimeter of the adult detention center. The quotes that came in from the job order contracting contractors that we can still negotiate with and try to fine tune that quote is $351,181.57. The quote was attached in the board docs for your review, Mr. Chair, and I will stand for any questions that the committee may have or commission may have on this item.
Mr. Chair?
I don't know if Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson.
Oh, there you are.
So, Commissioner Hamilton, did you have questions?
I just have a brief, it's a curiosity question. Is this a replacement, or have we never had to have this before at the detention center, lightning protection?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, believe this is a new deferred maintenance item for the detention center, but I will defer to Director Cedillo if he can add any history to that facility.
Thank you, Bill. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, we put in some extensive projects in our facility, very costly projects. We did the new camera system in the adult facility. We put in our new JMS system, which is our jail management system, in our facility as well as our EMR system, which is our electronic medical record system in there. And we really don't have any control over Mother Nature. She has her own agenda at times. Last year, she hit our transformer and knocked out a lot of the power inside our facility. I thought it was in the best interest of the adult detention center to protect that investment that we put in there.
Hey, that's brilliant. It makes sense. Better than a couple of super surge protectors. But now I get it. It was just curiosity. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. It's a great question. It's actually something I was thinking of too, if it was something that we were just adding, because I know a lot of facilities in different areas do have the lightning protection right away to protect equipment. So thanks for that question. Commissioner Hanson?
I am good with this, and I am going to move to approve request authorization for the county manager to negotiate and execute on behalf of the county the contract and purchase other than to construct lightning protection at the adult detention facility for an amount not to exceed $351,181.87.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia.
I'll second it. And yes, that's how you approve it.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia.
Questions?
Commissioner Moreno?
I support it.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. And so on this contract, I'm sure that we probably just had a question. Do we send these out for RFP as well?
Mr. Chair, we do not. This has already been competed. These are contracts that are with CES, the Cooperative Educational Group. They put out the solicitation, compete it for contractors where they actually bid on price items for these types. And it's typically the job order contracting delivery method is used by organizations for numerous construction projects that are quick, easily installed. It's competitively bid with a fixed price book. So they all put bid on items specific to all the disciplines involved in a renovation project. They'll bid either an adjusted amount on the price. And what CES does with Gordian Group is they typically you have, I'm sure you've heard of RS Means, which is a price book. That price book is basically for the entire country. What the CES organization does is develop their own price book for this region of the Southwest and then specifically here in New Mexico. So the pricing for these items to install are realistic to this region for materials and labor. And so to answer your question, this has already been competed, and we just pull from that list of those contractors. We meet with them on the site. We go through the scope of work. They're projects that don't necessarily have a full design from an engineer or an architect. We can discuss it and answer questions, and then they submit a quote or price for that project. It's a very quick tool that we have in our procurement method. You discussed a little bit of a lot on the capital projects that are coming up in the bandwidth capacity with Public Works. Purchasing also has to implement procurement methods such as this that will help widen and the bandwidth for procurements so that we can get a lot of those capital projects done. This job order contracting method, though, is primarily for deferred maintenance items, renovations, and such for projects, but can be used for larger projects as well.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Appreciate it. So I'm going to go to the vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
I think the
Did you hear me, Mr. Chair?
his video's frozen again.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, I did hear you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal, so the item passes unanimously. And I apologize, it appears that I'm having some internet issues, so I keep cutting in and out, so I apologize for that.
I was told we were here today too. And so.
Okay, so this item passes unanimously, and that's item number 3C. Or we're moving to on to item number 3C. Okay, and so the next item, number 3C, that we're moving to is request ratification of the fourth supplement to addendum to master agreement and schedule NM 2016-001-1 for licensed software, hardware, and services between Santa Fe County and TRTA Government Incorporated, which increases the amount of the agreement an additional $98,905 and extended the term until June 30th, 2020. Approval of the Fifth Amendment to addendum to master agreement and schedule NM 2016-001.1, increasing the compensation an additional $102,861 for a total contract sum of $494,425.19 exclusive of NMGRT and extending the term an additional year to June 30th, 2021, and authorization for the county manager to sign the purchase order. And from the purchasing division, we have Mr. Bill Taylor. Mr. Taylor, I believe you're on mute.
How did that happen? Sorry, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, for the record, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the request for approval before you is referencing the fourth and the fifth supplement addendum to the master agreement identifying TRTA Gov Inc. We were notified yesterday that the entity that we are actually contracting with is Manatron Inc. The agreement was modified and corrected. We contacted the vendor in April. They did not inform us of this until we sent them the addendum. But at any rate, all the terms and conditions that are before you in the request today are the same. The fourth supplement agreement addendum needs to be ratified by the commission. It increased the amount of the contract more than 10%, which pursuant to the resolution requires BCC approval. So we're asking for one, ratification of the fourth addendum for the software and hardware services. The second request, of course, is specific to the fifth supplement addendum with Manatron Inc. To extend the term and increase the compensation by the amount of $102,861. With the assessor's office has purchased a system back in 2012. And it was a Manatron system. It was owned by a different company at that time. It changed and was owned by TRTA. Now it's owned by a company that is listed there in the recitals, which is listed down. If you could scroll down a little bit, Daniel, it listed as it was acquired from TRTA by N. Harris Computer Corporation, and the company business actually is Manatron. It's always been Manatron software, and the assessor has used that in their Gamma system for valuation of properties. I apologize for the disconnect or any confusion, but we were able to get the addendum clarified, corrected. That's before you today for approval. So one, we are asking ratification of addendum, the fourth addendum, and approval of this addendum 5. I'll stand for questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Taylor. We're going to go to, let's go to Commissioner Garcia.
Mr. Chair, I have no questions and move for approval.
Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
I have no questions. I'll second.
Okay, and Commissioner Hanson? Commissioner Hanson, do you have any additional questions?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Commissioner Moreno, and I don't have any questions. So, do you want to vote on this also, Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a yes from Commissioner Moreno. Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Garcia. You're on mute, sir.
Commissioner Garcia, Chair, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes from Commissioner Garcia, thank you. And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So we have 5 yeses. So this item passes unanimously. And so we're going to move on to our next item under miscellaneous items, and this is going to be item number 3D. And this is the approval of the lease agreement between Santa Fe County and Reunity Resources to lease county property along Santa Fe River to Reunity Resources for agricultural use to support local hunger efforts. And from Public Works, we have Mr. Gary Hiron, our Public Works Director.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Scott Caseman, the right-of-way supervisor, will be making the presentation. Scott?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Scott Caseman. I'm the real property supervisor for the Public Works Department. Reunity Resources are the new owners of the Agua Fria Community Farm, and they approached us and would like to lease approximately 0.94 acres of county land that is located on the northeast corner of Agua Fria Road and San Ysidro Crossing in the village of Agua Fria. That's right on the Santa Fe River and directly across the river from the community farm. And they would like to lease this property to grow produce to increase their capacity to support local hunger efforts that they're currently doing. This is an in-kind lease agreement, meaning that Reunity will not pay any monetary rent. Instead, they will meet its rent obligations by donating the food it produces to county food programs and meal distribution programs that focus on members of the community who are susceptible to food insecurity. Staff has conducted its due diligence and has determined that the estimated value of the produce to be donated is approximately $25,000, and that significantly exceeds the fair market rental value of the land, that is approximately $2,200. The initial lease will have a term of 15 months, after which time we will reevaluate the relationship. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay. Thank you for that report, and Mr. And I'm sorry, they had Gary Hiron on here, and I'm sure you announced your name in the beginning of the report. But can you say it again into the record, please?
Sure, it's Scott Caseman, and I'm the real property supervisor.
Okay, thank you, Scott. We appreciate that. I'm going to go, I know this is in Commissioner Hansen's district, so I'm going to go to Commissioner Hansen, and then I will go to Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hansen?
Thank you. So I want to make a few comments about how important I think this is to Gender and Juliana, I believe, are on the phone also, and they are already doing a tremendous amount of work with YouthWorks and other groups in the community to provide food to local communities who cook this food and prepare it out in the community. I also received one email, a concerned constituent about where the water was going to be coming from. And the water is going to be trucked in to a few tanks. And the cost of the water is around $450 a truck load, and they will have some tanks that will store it on the property, and it will last for 5 to 6 weeks. They will not be using any water rights with this water because it will be water that they are buying from a trucking water service that is approved by NMED. So I wanted to give you that additional information because I feel like it is important to understand that not only are they going to be donating the food that they are producing on this piece of property, but that the water is not coming from any water rights in the area. So acequias and rivers do not need to worry about that. And if there's any other questions, I know that Scott could possibly answer them, and also to Gender and Juliana Ciano are, I know, on the line, and they could also answer any question. So with that, I know Scott and I will stand for questions, and I wholeheartedly support this, and I would like to move for approval.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hansen. And I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton. It looks like I had a motion from Commissioner Hansen and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. Under discussion, Commissioner Hamilton?
No, this looks hugely valuable, and Commissioner Hansen, I appreciate the information on the water, because I was asked that question because I had been asked the question, so I have no further questions beyond that, other than seconding this and agreeing that they do quite a bit of good work. Having also been on Food Policy Council conference calls with them, so there's a lot of community service embodied in this. That's very much appreciated.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. So I know I have a motion and a second. I'm going to go to under discussion to Commissioner Garcia.
I have some questions, and sorry to not be the bearer of bad news, but I just need to put this out so we can. Next time, I'd like to see the site plan. Like, where are these tanks located? The size of the tanks, how high the tanks are. The reason I'm asking all of these questions is because, first of all, the new owners of the property doing an excellent job. I pass by there a lot. They do a lot for the community. Great job. I just like how high are the tanks. A site plan would have been great. Another thing is just like, who's going to monitor that they are actually giving the food to the homeless or the shelter or whatever they do, because the next 3, 5, 10, 15 years is where I'm looking at, and hopefully we still have the same owners and we're still doing what we wanted to do. And one big question that I have is that ARC site that's in the northeast corner, because under the village of San Isidro Crossing, and that's the second oldest ARC site in the state of Mexico. That's ARC site number 0002, which is Pueblo Indy, I believe. And it's just a concern that I have on that property because I believe that the county bought that property years ago because of that ARC site. And has anybody looked at that or addressed that? I'm just asking.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, first, did you receive the Exhibit A that has the survey and that has an outline of the area that is being leased out that demarks the 0.94 acres? That
Maybe if Dana, sorry, Scott, maybe if Dana can send that to us or put it on the screen real quick.
Okay, let's see here.
So is it the entire northeast corner, or is it just the portion by where those old arms barracks are?
No, it's just a very small portion. I'm having a hard time of the property. And
it's okay. You could keep talking if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course, everything's pretty small. One thing I will address is the 2 tanks are 2,000-gallon tanks, which there'll be 2 of them. They're not very large. There is. And the 2 tanks will be in the southwest or the southeast corner of the property, sitting on top of the gravel road that is there, which is the easement line that's marked right there. On the other, go to all the way to the right, and in the southeast corner is where the 2, right there, is where the 2 water storage tanks will be. There'll be 2,000 gallons, and based on what I know, they'll probably be 6 feet tall, maybe, I'm guessing. Yeah, 6 to 8 feet tall, I would think. But they'll be at the very bottom of the hill and won't be very visible. As far as the ARC site, the entire area that is being disturbed is in the AE flood zone, which is a non-buildable area. That area has been flooded over and over. As far as I remember, there have been no artifacts or anything found in this part of the lease area down in the floodplain. This has been disturbed and many times over the years. So we put in the sewer line right here that goes through the property, and that was approved to go in. So I don't have any concerns about the archaeology in the area.
Well, I have concerns. I just would like to know, just commissioners, I understand, Scott, you know, and then maybe Paul Wilson as well, but it's a great thing that the community is doing. I guess I just need to say it. Is there any way we can get the ARC study from the state and overlay it, or can we have the state look at this? I just don't want the property to. There is a Pueblo under there, which there is at that intersection, because even the water system, whenever they got their the money from the state legislature, they had to do an intense ARC study. Ultimately, read the well there, but those are the concerns I have, Commissioner Hanson.
Commissioner Garcia. So one, the ARC site is up along the road. And this has been extensively studied. If you will remember, or maybe you weren't on the commission when I had this presentation done by, I'm trying to pull up her name. I know Mr. Mee is on here, but the archaeologist who did this, and the archaeology site stops along the road. That was the end of the site when they did the entire area. This is LA2 is what it's called. And so we are down by the river. And if you look at this map, you can see that right here on the north edge is a berm, which is right along the river. And then you can see the zigzag going through the line, which I believe that's the sewer line. So all of this area has been disturbed before. And Mr. Chairman, I don't mean to cut you off, Commissioner Hanson. Just for time, I'm okay with it. As long as the village is okay, Willie, you're okay with it. Obviously, he's on the other line, and
as long as it doesn't get disturbed, I'm great. I just wanted to make sure and put it on the record. But if everybody's looked into it, everybody feels comfortable.
Yeah, our village association. This is William Me. We're in favor of this. And in 1950, Carl Kaufman Sand and Gravel actually removed like everything in this area. So there may have been archaeological sites, but they're all long gone from sand and gravel extraction.
Okay, good. I'm good with it. I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments and bringing that awareness level up. I don't think everybody knows the history of the property, so we appreciate that. And I'm going to go to Commissioner Moreno.
I think it's a pretty good deal.
Okay, thank you for Commissioner Moreno. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go to the vote on this. And so I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton. I know you were the seconder, but if you'd like to, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, and once again, thank you for what that individuals do for the community at large. Great project out there. Anybody that passes by there, you just see the extensive work that is being done out there. And actually, my friend lives on top of the
Commissioner Moreno?
property. Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
Okay, and yes from Commissioner Roybal, so this item passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you again, Mr. Caseman.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go on to item number 3E, and this is a resolution to budget cash balance in the Fire Operations Fund 244 in the amount of $1,100,000 and $268 to correct negative expenditure balances. And from the Finance Division, we have Ms. Yvonne Herrera.
Hello again, Chair Roybal. I'm here in front of you and the other commissioners to request approval of this resolution to do a budget adjustment for the Fire Operations Fund, specifically related to their health insurance and the fiscal year 20 budget preparation unfortunately did not budget sufficient amounts for the health insurance. Fire department or the fire fund was the only fund that we needed to come before you to request the bar in the amount of $598,817. In addition to that, we had the fund was overspent in their overtime budget by $500,451. To prevent these two issues from occurring again in the future, the health insurance amounts that were included in the 21 budget proposal from this morning's presentation was calculated using actual cost per employee, as well as including amounts for the positions, for the vacant positions, once they're filled at some point in time next year or in the future. As far as overtime goes, county management has addressed the issue with public safety, with the public safety department directors and current staffing structures to continue to be reviewed for efficiency and cost effectiveness. And I stand for any questions.
Commissioner Roybal? Commissioner Roybal?
Yes, Commissioner Hanson, go ahead.
Okay, I would like to move to approve.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno,
Yes. Yes.
and yes from Commissioner Roybal. Okay, so we have a unanimous decision for the approval of a resolution for budget cash balance for the Fire Operations Fund. Can we get a resolution number, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, Chair Roybal, for the record, the resolution that you just passed in section 3, item E is resolution number 2020-49. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so we're going to go on to our last item that's under our miscellaneous action items, and this is item number 3. Looks like F. I wrote across it, so it's hard for me to see it. So it's item number 3F, and this is the request authorization to publish title and general summary of ordinance number 2020, an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of a lease purchase agreement concerning one 900 kilowatt Cummins generator, 60 hertz, one level 2 sound enclosure, and one 2,000 gallon fuel tank, the equipment for the Santa Fe County Water Reclamation Facility, evidencing a special limited obligation of the county payable for the net revenue of the county water and wastewater utility, delegating authorization to the county manager to execute the lease purchase agreement and associated purchase orders within the parameters set forth in this authorization ordinance, ratifying actions hereto taken, repealing all action inconsistent with this authorization ordinance, the authorization, the taking of other actions in connection with the execution and delivery of the lease purchase agreement. And from the legal department, we have our county attorney, Mr. Greg Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. At its June 9, 2020 meeting, the Board of County Commissioners approved change order number 3 to an agreement between the county and Integrated Water Services, Inc. related to the Santa Fe County Water Reclamation Facility that's currently being constructed on property that the county leases from the state penitentiary / state of New Mexico. That change order contemplated that the county would enter into a lease purchase agreement with Integrated Water Services for the provision of a backup generator as well as associated equipment, namely a 2,000 gallon fuel tank and a sound enclosure for the generator. A lease purchase agreement is considered a revenue bond under state law, and revenue bonds must be approved by ordinance, which is why we are requesting that you authorize staff to publish title and general summary of the subject ordinance. If you authorize us to do so, we will have the public hearing on the ordinance on July 14th, 2020. We had originally intended to have this item be on the agenda at the special meeting that had been scheduled for last week. Given that things were postponed and in order to maintain a critical path, we actually took the liberty of putting notice in the paper today of that public hearing on the expectation that the board would approve this item today, given its earlier conceptual approval to the concept of entering into a lease purchase agreement. So with that, I'd stand for any questions. But again, this is only to authorize publication and general summary of the proposed ordinance, the public hearing on which would be held 2 weeks from today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer. Are there any questions from the commission?
Mr. Chair, I have a question. This is Rudy.
Mr. Garcia, go ahead.
Just really quick, Attorney Schaefer, this is just to go ahead and publish title and general summary, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that is correct. And there will be a public hearing again at the Board of County Commissioner meetings in 2 weeks' time from now. And as noted in the memo, which I'll state for the record, the monthly lease payments are $8,793.58 per month up to 36 months. If we pay all of those payments and exercise our option to purchase, the total cost would be $316,569.88. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer. Commissioner Garcia, did you have any additional questions?
I'll get just a couple of things, but we went on to answer. I'll get with Attorney Schaefer and Manager Miller, just the warranty and all this on this stuff. How long is it going to last? Are they warranted? And I think it'll last the lifetime of the cost, so on and so forth. But we can talk as we move along, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Do I have any other questions from other commissioners?
No, but I would think those kinds of questions might well be asked now if what happens in 2 weeks to first ask the questions then, or it's gonna.
It's up. I don't know. It's up to you guys. Whatever you want. We can do it. We can do it. Just since we have a long time, a long night, we can probably. That's up to you, commissioners. Whatever you like. But those are some of the questions I have.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, we'd be pleased to include in the material for the 14th meeting details as to the warranty and the expected life of the equipment, as well as the business necessity for having a backup for the water reclamation facility. If there are any other questions that anyone would like us to answer, you feel free to email them to me, and I'll make sure that they're answered thoroughly in the packet material in advance of that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer. And once again, I believe that was all that Commissioner Garcia had. Commissioner Hamilton, did you have a question or a comment?
Oh, I don't have a question. I was just going to move to approve.
Make a motion.
Publishing
So we have a motion.
Title and summary.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. So we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
From Commissioner Garcia. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Moreno? You have to unmute, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. We have a yes from Commissioner Moreno. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes. Who has the static in the background? Yeah.
Commissioner Hansen?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So we'll move forward with publishing general summary. And we'll bring it to a public meeting at a later time. So I believe that was the last of our agenda items. So I'm going to move on to item number 4. And this is matters of public concern. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address the board?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Tessa Jo?
I have 2 people that I have signed up under public comment. The first one is Jamie Aranda.
Okay, Ms. Aranda, would you like to address the board?
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairman Roybal and Commissioners. It is great to see you. My name is Jamie Aranda. I'm the Northern Local Government Affairs and Community Manager for PNM. On behalf of PNM, I'm very excited to support Commissioner Hansen's resolution to protect and enhance pollinator species and their habitat. Personally, I aspire to have honeybees one day, but until then, I have been working on my yard to plant more native pollinator-friendly vegetation. I am also proud to be a part of a local company that is continually looking at how we can be better stewards of our planet. Currently, we have a thoughtful and dynamic vegetation and revegetation program to improve utility corridor habitats where environmental conditions will provide positive outcomes. Through our partnership with the Electric Power Research Institute and many other energy industry groups, we have engaged in planning and researching the enhancement of transmission corridors and other sites, such as solar fields, to plant vegetation that attracts pollinators and is regionally appropriate, like those mentioned in Commissioner Hansen's resolution. We will also be working with other local, state, and federal partners to track and share our findings and practices used to attract and protect our pollinator friends. PNM appreciates Commissioner Hansen for creating this awareness, and we support this resolution. Thank you for the time, and we look forward to working with the county on aligning and implementing more of its sustainability goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aranda. We appreciate the comments. And who else do we have from the public?
Mr. Sam Chavez from AFSCME signed up, but it doesn't look like he has been able to sign on via computer. I'm not sure if he was able to call in.
Mr. Chavez, are you part of the meeting today?
And that was all, Mr. Chair.
Okay, once again, I'd like to ask for Mr. Sam Chavez. Are you online, sir? Okay, is there anybody else from the public that, besides who's the two that signed up, that would like to address the board? If you can unmute everybody temporarily, Tessa Jo.
Everyone is unmuted.
Once again, is there anybody that would like to address the board from the Hearing none, I'm going to go. Okay, so public comment is closed, and I'm going to move on to our next agenda item. Later on, just because we did have one Mr. Sam Chavez that had signed up earlier, I'll touch base once again in about maybe about 40 minutes or so after we've gone through a few additional items, or right before we go into executive session, to see if he's joined in or not. But for now, I'm going to go on to item number 5, matters from the county manager. The first one is 5A, and this is the 54th Legislative First Special Session 2020 update. And Manager Miller, will you be presenting that?
Mr. Chair, actually, Hachi Miller's going to present that. But before we start that real quickly, I just want to say thank you to the commissioners and all the staff, as you know, and thank you earlier in the meeting for having a moment of silence for my mother. She passed away on June 20th. It's been really difficult for me, and it was, and I wasn't at work a lot the last 2 weeks, or especially last week, and the staff really stepped up. I felt very supported, and I really want to express my thank you to the staff that contributed to flowers that were sent to her service. I don't know who did it, but thank you very much. And like I said, thank you to all the staff, especially Greg, who really stepped in, Greg Schaefer, who stepped in my absence to keep things going and get all of these agendas together for these 3 meetings today. There's no small task. I also want to thank everybody who helped put the budget together, Yvonne, Joey, Regina, and all of the capital planning stuff from those folks in growth management, Paul and Jacob, Public Works, Gary, PJ, Barbara, Ryan, John, Diego, and in finance, Sam and Joey and Yvonne. And I'm probably missed somebody, but I just want to express my sincere gratitude for everybody putting their time in and making this all happen in spite of my absence. So, and also to Hutch and Tessa Jo for covering the special session. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Hutch to present what happened in our first special session of 2020.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. You should have the report that I provided to you in an email, and also Tessa has posted this report on Word Docs for this particular presentation. But I can go over it, and it won't take very long. The session was a short session, just a few days long, started on the 18th. And what was on the governor's call was the budget, tax relief for individuals, loans for small businesses and local governments, police reform, and election improvements. And legislation was passed for all of those items. There was 11 total items passed by the House and Senate. And of those 11, 8 items need the final authorization by the governor. And of those 8 that have been sent to the governor, 4 of them have currently been signed. And so what that means is that this won't be the final report you're getting on the special session. The governor actually has till July 12th to act on legislation. So I'll be providing subsequent reports to you to let you know of the different legislation that is passed. Right now, the governor has signed House Bill 5, the New Mexico Civil Rights Commission, Senate Bill 4, temporary election changes, Senate Bill 5, solvency measures, and just yesterday, House Bill 6, which was temporary tax waivers and distributions. In this report, I have overviews of the more highlighted legislation. And on the very last page of the report, page 4, I have the list of all 11 pieces of legislation that were passed by the House and Senate. And there's hyperlinks on that last page too. You can click on them and look at the text of the bills themselves. But I was just going to go over 3 of the bills which are have language within them that pertain to counties. And the first one is House Bill 1, and this is the budget. This is the budget revisions to the budget that was already passed earlier this year, back in March. But because of the COVID restrictions and the decrease in state revenues and the drop in the price of oil, the budget needed to be revisited and realigned to the new revenues that are forecasted now. So the governor needs to act on this particular bill. And like I stated earlier, she hasn't yet. She needs to act on this today because the new budget cycle for the state starts tomorrow in July. This budget is a 1.5% increase over the previous year. And the original budget passed in March was a 7.6% increase over the budget last year. And the overall approximate budget amount is $7 billion. Most directly affecting local governments in this bill is an appropriation of $165 million in funding to help local governments that have their own coronavirus-related fiscal problems. Of that $165 million, $15 million is specifically earmarked for McKinley, Cibola, and San Juan counties. How this money will be distributed is up to the Department of Finance and Administration, but in all likelihood, the population of localities will be a determinant in dividing up this money. The next bill is House Bill 6. And that was signed yesterday, I had mentioned earlier. And within this bill, there is a distribution from online sales of $48 million to local governments. And where this distribution is coming from is that in 2019, there was a tax on internet sales. And what they are doing in this special session bill is moving up the distribution from these internet sales to local governments. In the original 2019 bill, that distribution to local governments wasn't supposed to take place until July of 2021. So within House Bill 6, there is that amount that will be going to localities. And lastly, I have Senate Bill 4, which deals with the elections during this COVID pandemic, and what this bill in its final version that was passed, it allows county clerks to go ahead and issue applications of absentee ballots to registered voters within their counties. The original intent of the bill was to go ahead and send out ballots themselves, but that was scaled back to the sending out of the absentee ballot applications. So that is a new change that will take place within the election law. And also within Senate Bill 4, there's a special provision that there's a election task force created so that if conditions restrict voting further within different counties, this election task force would be able to re-examine and make changes to election law so that voters could be accommodated while still living within the restrictions of the COVID pandemic. So those are the three main pieces of legislation that I want to update you on. And if there's any more questions, I'll be happy to answer them. And like I had mentioned earlier, I will be providing a further report as legislation is approved and signed off by the governor. And like I had said before, she has till July 12th to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller, for the update. We do, I think our next BCC meeting will be after the 12th. Is that correct? Let me look.
Mr. Chair?
It's on the 14th.
On the 14th, so that'll be probably perfect timing to get the next update. Okay. Is there any questions specific to the update that just provided us from any of the commissioners?
I just need to let the commission know. But that's not, should I just need the commission, I need to step out of the meeting for a little bit, but I just want to let everybody know.
Actually, I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson first. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Hutch, for updating. Do we have any idea what happened to the capital outlay?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, there were some Senate Bill 5 was the piece of legislation that was pulling back general fund dollars for capital projects. And to my inspection of the bill, there was not any county managed projects that were a result of any funding cuts.
So has she signed that bill? I'm sorry, I got to look back at.
Yes, Senate Bill 5 was signed into law on Friday.
Okay, so at the moment we don't know exactly how much of the capital outlay has been clawed back.
I can provide you a list of all the projects, including everything that's in Santa Fe County. But like I had mentioned before, nothing managed by the county itself was taken away from Santa Fe County.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Mr. Chair, Hutch, didn't they take, wasn't just the yurt a project that we weren't able to actually execute the yurt funding at the Mountain Center? Wasn't that in there? Or did it end up not even being taken?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Miller, yes, that was one of the projects that was defunded, the Mountain Center yurt project. And also there was an amount to the La Bajada water district, I believe it is, that was pulled back. Just off the top of my head, those were two items within the county itself, but like I had mentioned, not managed by Santa Fe County, but within the county projects that had been taken back.
Yeah, so thank you, Hutch. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, we don't think that, so any of the actual projects, as I said earlier this morning, that we, I don't think any of the ones that we received in 19 or 20, where we are, whether we actually were moving them or not, there were some that had encumbrances against them. They didn't take any of those, even though it wasn't the full appropriation. And others that we hadn't quite gotten an encumbrance against, but we were moving those projects. We had sent letters requesting that they were health safety projects and that they not take that funding. And that was the senior center in Cerrillos, the Madrid water system, and some of the other fire funds that we had. So I think we did really well relative to not losing funds that we had received through special appropriations on projects that Santa Fe County is moving forward on.
Okay, thank you for that, Manager Miller. Do we have any other questions? I know Commissioner Garcia had left earlier. Commissioner Hamilton, did you have any questions?
No, but Hutch, if it's relatively easy, if you could get a list from House Bill 5 of what projects are still funded that are not managed by by the county, that would be helpful. Or a link if that's to the listing, that would be cool. I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, yes, I will get that to all the commissioners.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that recommendation forward, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Moreno, did you have any questions, sir?
Yes, I would like to see the list also.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Commissioner Garcia, are you back online, sir? Okay, it sounds like he's not. So thanks again, Hachi. We appreciate the update. So next we're going to go on to item number B, and this is the report of the new 2020 maximum target pricing for the inclusive zoning program.
Mr. Chair, that should be Penny or Joseph. I'm not sure which one is online to do that.
Yeah.
Joseph, I see you're muted. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Trying to get unmuted.
There you go.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, county manager, we did go over this in a small amount of time at the previous meeting, just for informational sakes. As you know, there's a resolution that provides us the opportunity to update our housing prices every single year in order to be able to effectuate our inclusionary zoning provisions. This provision, we have updated the numbers based on new census numbers and Department of Housing Urban Development numbers. And we use the standard formula that is related into our program perimeters. It's very interesting. We have a small differentiation between what we're saying is affordable housing under both these terms that the city has. It's very small. Our formula is slightly different, and we're looking to see what differences those makes. However, this is an informational item. The ordinance, or I'm sorry, the resolution that promulgated this just wants us to be able to let you know that we have updated these numbers. And these are the new numbers that we'll be using in terms of any kind of affordable housing agreements we have with private developers. And with that, I'll stand for any questions you might have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Montoya. Do we have any questions? Commissioner Hanson?
No, thank you. Thank you, Joseph, for a brief update and let us know how things proceed.
Commissioner Moreno, did you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hamilton?
No, but thank you, Joseph.
Commissioner Garcia, are you online, sir? Okay, and I just want to say thank you as well for the presentation, Director Montoya. We appreciate it. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Yeah, feel free to ask any questions you might have, and we'll be presenting information like this on a far greater level of detail when we go over our new work plan.
Thank you, sir. So we're going to go on to item number C, and this is a miscellaneous and COVID-19 emergency updates. Manager Miller, who will be presenting this one?
Mr. Chair, I will. Both Rachel and Greg gave me a few things that we've got going on related to the COVID-19. First of all, our Connect program continues to provide basic support to people who live in Santa Fe County and are experiencing a crisis. So since the pandemic hit, we have assisted 477 individuals with basic need services, including food assistance, housing, and income support through our Connect program. And we've received 3 times the amount of food assistance requests than in the initial quarter, and twice the number of housing requests. since the initial quarter. And this is in addition to all the meals that were provided in connection with the, our senior services program, as well as the Food Depot meal delivery program that we did. New Mexico Solutions continues to provide behavioral health support to individuals in crisis, including those at the Midtown shelter. So we have assisted the city with the Midtown shelter by providing behavioral health services through New Mexico Solutions to individuals who are staying there. And in May, they responded to 136 incident calls at the shelter and provided coordination for 96 groups on anxiety and depression. Also, the Department of Health did a presentation for us on the Santa Fe County data last week. They stated that although our numbers have gone up, most of the cases in Santa Fe County are related to family clusters. Also, both our death rate and our hospitalization rates remain pretty stable. We've been tracking the data by zip code and providing it to the task force. And I can also provide that to you. And what that is the number of cases in zip codes that are in Santa Fe County. That's the only data that we're provided from the Department of Health as far as a breakdown of where cases are. Currently, I would say our hotspot is zip code 87507. Out in the, and 505 also has the second, 87505 has the second largest number of cases in the county. The rest of the county and the rural part of the county, really stable, really good. Those numbers haven't changed much at all. And I can send you that information. But 87507 has 94 of our 228 cases. Then also we are working with the city, Food Depot, and youth shelters and others to continue to distribute both individual meals and groceries to county locations. And we are also distributing to individuals who are homebound. As far as county facilities, we partially reopened our county staff fitness facilities at 100 Catron and the public safety complex. We do require that people sign up for appointments or reservations. They must wear face masks or face coverings, and occupancy is limited to ensure that we have social distancing. Also, we instituted a cloth face covering policy for all county employees. They must generally wear cloth face coverings except when in a private office space or eating or drinking. They were pleased to report that most employees seem to be complying with this requirement. And actually, even before we put the policy in place, I think county employees really were stepping up to the plate and wearing their face coverings when they were at work, if they're at work at all, and particularly if they are working with other county staff or the public. And I hope that our staff will continue to lead by example in this important area. I truly believe that has a lot to do with why Santa Fe County has been so good as a county on the whole with our community spread of COVID-19 is that you see that most people do voluntarily comply with the face covering requirements that the city put in place and that county has put in place for county staff. Also, one other piece of good news, we did receive our reaccreditation from New Mexico counties for our adult detention facility, and which means we've been reaccredited by the Adult Detention Professional Standards Council. of New Mexico counties through June 23rd, 2023. I'd like to congratulate all of the staff, especially Kat Ramos, and getting all of our medical requirements in place, and the warden, deputy warden, and everybody who worked to make sure that we received our reaccreditation. And it's a significant achievement, and it does help us get our insurance through New Mexico counties, as well as bring down the cost of our insurance. So kudos to them and congratulations. And that is all I have, and I stand for questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Thank you for the update. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure this is the appropriate place, but you can let me know. Given that we're just a few days from July 4th, I wonder if we could get an update about any restrictions, and particularly with respect to fireworks, just to get that out on public record as a plea for care.
Yeah, I think that we probably have our fire chief here. I think that I did ask that question a couple of weeks ago, and I think that we weren't going to have any restrictions, but and the county manager might be able to answer that a little bit better if the fire chief isn't here.
Mr. Chair, I believe that Chief Litzenberg is on the line. We did not put forward a resolution limiting fireworks. I mean, obviously the state's overall restrictions on gathering are in place, and restrictions on retail are in place. But Chief Litzenberg, do you want to add to that?
Sure, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, and county manager. Thanks. The county manager is really spot on with that. There are very strict conditions which have to exist for us to enforce more strict fireworks bans, and those conditions and the time frame that we had to do them actually did not exist in the county. So 20 days before July 4th, you have to be in extreme or severe fire conditions. We actually weren't in those. That being said, it is concerning. The fire conditions are something that we're monitoring. The state's restrictions on fireworks still does exist. And we're hoping that the weather is predicted that we will get rain on both the 4th and the 5th, which would be extraordinarily useful for us on the 4th of July weekend.
Great. Thank you for that, Chief Litzenberg and Manager Miller. Commissioner Hamilton, did you have any additional questions?
Well, no, not at this point. I was hoping I wanted to get that on the record, and I can make my own plea for care under matters from commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm actually glad Commissioner Hamilton brought up 4th of July, because the county is closed on Friday, the 3rd of July, in observance of the 4th of July, since it's on a Saturday. So we will be closed our county offices will be closed this Friday.
Okay, great. Thank you for your questions, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hansen, did you have any questions or comments?
Yes. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have noticed on social media, people have complained about people in 87507 having a high case of COVID. I think one of the comments was that it was a place where a lot of essential workers live. It is also part of the village of Agua Fria, and off of Airport Road, where we have a lot of low income and struggling people, but also essential workers who are working in many of our places and serving food. So I think it's really incumbent upon us to make sure that we can help those people in any way possible. Also, I am wondering, do we, like the city, do we need a mask resolution at all? I'm hoping that people will just comply with the requirement to wear a mask. I think a mask is really important in this COVID, and I encourage all of the citizens of Santa Fe County to please wear a mask when you go out in public. And I never leave home without one. So that's the best example that we can all be, is to make sure that we wear masks when we go out. And so I'm just wondering, County Manager, if we need any further efforts towards that issue.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, it is something I've thought about, whether it's appropriate or not to have. Now, I think the city did it as an ordinance. The county is very rural and spread out. We don't have very many areas that you would have high congestion. Also, not really sure how we would enforce something like that. I'd have to need to talk to the sheriff and to Greg as to whether that's even something we have authority to do in the way of an ordinance, or whether just a resolution that encourages people to do it. Like I said, the numbers for the county, when you look at the numbers, the areas that are where we have out of 228 cases, most of those, 93 and 507, 54 and 505, and 18 and 501, those are city of Santa Fe areas predominantly. The other areas, when you look at like Stanley 2, Laney 3, Glorietta 2, so I don't know if you're looking out in those smaller communities that it really makes sense. I think the issue is really when you come into town and you're in a area where you can't socially distance, or you're not out in the open area, is where you really need to be cognizant of wearing a mask, and that you're wearing it so that if you're asymptomatic, you're not giving it to somebody else. So I'll do some more conversation with Greg and the sheriff, but I'm not sure that it really fits for us to try to pass something like the city did, just because the nature of the county being so open and rural, and that's actually the environment where the virus doesn't spread versus in congested areas.
Manager Miller, that's why I asked, and I haven't made, even though I live in the city and I live in a more congested area, I live in 505, and 507 is right down the road, and, part of the village is 507, and which is part of the county. I'm hoping that it's enough that the city has made this ordinance, and that people will respect that and understand how important it is for us to wear the mask and keep socially distant. So I think that's all I had. Thank you for all the information that you provided.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Moreno, did you have any questions or comments, sir?
Anything to contribute? I'm good.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. And thank you again for this update on the COVID-19 and the other emergency updates. Manager Miller, I look forward to seeing the map that you're going to provide showing the zip codes with the cases that we have in Santa Fe. Okay.
Just to be clear, it's not a map. It's just a list of zip codes and the number of cases. I don't have a map. We're not able to have that specific of information from Department of Health.
Okay. I didn't know if maybe there was a map that would show where the 87507 area would be relative to that. So, but that'll be fine. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go on to item number 6, and this is matters from county commissioners. So I'm going to go to Commissioner Hansen. Did you have anything under 6A?
I think all my issues are underneath 6A, B, and C. So I will wait until then. I do want to say to you, though, Commissioner Roybal, for your information, 87507 is a lot of the area off of Airport Road and Agua Fria Village in that general area in the southern part of the city.
Okay, thanks for that information. And I'm sure there's a map out there that'll have all the different zip codes. Just it'll be interesting to see where the different cases are. So I appreciate that, though. Thank you. Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you. A few really short things. Lots of you know I'm a volunteer firefighter, and so we get to be out on scenes with our county sheriffs a lot. And so we've actually been out recently with some new deputies, I guess, or new sheriffs who have actually done some incredible jobs with some very difficult situations. And we were talking to them to find out that our sheriff, Adam Mendoza, makes a point of doing ride-alongs with his new sheriffs just to get to know them. And I just felt like I had to remark about how amazing that is. It just strikes me as a wonderful training thing and a huge amount of commitment. And so I wanted to thank our sheriff for doing that and, you know, point out that we really do have some incredibly good people working at the county. And that's just something that was really notable. I want to thank Chief Litzenberg for the information on fireworks. But given that we are coming up to the 4th, I just wanted to put it out there, hoping everybody really enjoys themselves, remains socially distant, and is incredibly careful with any burning and with fireworks so that we don't have to attend to things other than celebrating the holiday with our friends and family. And I know we took time at the beginning to, you know, take a moment of silence for Manager Miller's mother, but I couldn't help but want to again make the comment that to thank her for all she's done in these past 2 very difficult weeks, because we've really had a lot of incredible information, and I know a lot of people contributed to that, and Manager Miller put her thanks out, and those were well deserved. But she's done an incredible lot of work over a very difficult time, and I just wanted to thank her for that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Moreno, did you have any announcements that you wanted to share with us today?
Announcements. Looking forward to next comes. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments.
I'm a man of
Okay,
few
I'm sorry.
I'm a man of few words.
Thank you, sir. Well, but your words are always, great to hear and right on point. So thank you, sir. So we're gonna go. I'm not sure if Commissioner Garcia has rejoined us. I don't believe so. I didn't see him come up. And as far as comments from me, I do want to just wish all of Santa Fe County and quite frankly, the state of New Mexico and the United States a happy and safe Independence Day, and just have everybody, bring the awareness for everybody to be careful and be safe out there. Be very aware of fire conditions, and just take care of one another out there, and not to lax on the restrictions on the virus out there at this point, and make sure that we still are abiding by those conditions, and try and keep everybody safe. We don't want to see a spike in the COVID-19 or the coronavirus right after Independence Day, which may happen anyways. But just remind everybody to be careful out there, wear your mask, as Commissioner Hansen had indicated, and just do what we need to make sure that we stay safe. I also did have a question. I think I had asked some time back. I had constituents in the Poake Valley area that had approached me about a cemetery that they were hoping that we could do in the community, possibly on BLM land. And I think that I had called to see if I could get an update. So I just wanted to put that on the record out there that I'd like for. I think it was with our attorney's office, finding out whether or not we can acquire BLM land, because we do have a shortfall in the cemetery at this point, where a lot of the cemeteries in the Poake Valley, from El Rancho, Nambe, and that the cemeteries are filling up. And so there's a lot of constituents that have come forward asking me if the county can acquire BLM land to do a community cemetery, and possibly even a veteran cemetery. I believe the one in Santa Fe is filling up as well. So I just like to see if I can get an update on that request, and where we're at on it. That's all that I had. I don't know if by chance, if our attorney Schaefer, if you have any information at all on what the status of that is at this point.
Mr. Chair, sorry, Greg was talking to me, so he just went back in the other room to tell you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I will have to look into that matter with the attorney who has been principally involved in analyzing what the options are for both private citizens as well as the county to acquire BLM land for those purposes. But I will follow up and provide you with an update on that matter. And if it's of interest to the entire board, would be pleased to do so at the next meeting as well.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Schaefer. So I'm going to go on to our next item, and I actually am going to deviate slightly from our agenda, and I'm going to go ahead and allot time for our other elected officials. I know I did see Treasurer Varela on the line earlier. I don't know if he's still here, but I know that we do have our county clerk. Do you have any items that you would like to share with the commission at this point, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Chair Roybal. Just that I'd like to state so that the public would hear from the county clerk that we are preparing for the 2020 general election, and we will be following Senate Bill 4, with the new updates to allow us to run an election under these COVID pandemic conditions. In addition to that, I also want to mention, per your earlier discussions with the county manager, so far what we see that there may be 3 items on the ballot for the 2020 general election. From the state, we so far know that 1 bond issue will be on the ballot and 2 amendments. So those are the state ballot items that will be on our 2020 general election ballot. In addition to that, if the board is looking at putting questions on this ballot, those will be added. As far as we know, we don't know of anyone else. There may be a possibility after the county puts their ballot questions in and the city is aware of this, that they might also put their own bond issues. I don't know. But so far we have 3 items from the state, and then we'll have from the county, and then we'll wait and see what other items may be on the ballot. In addition to that, I'd also like to state that I was very impressed with today's budget session. It was I feel that it was the best I have ever seen, that I have experienced in the years that I've been county clerk. Also to the hard work that county staff and the finance department and the county clerk and everyone that was involved in this process. I want you to know my observations are that this was the very best I've ever seen. In addition to that, I also want to acknowledge that several years ago, I made it an opportunity for myself as county clerk to participate in some of the processes that former deputy manager Tony Flores and PJ co-chaired, the process of dealing with capital outlay, and all of the county staff that were involved. And I believe those initial meetings helped streamline this process to date, because where I observed and participated and saw the vast knowledge from county employees about these types of projects. And also I was aware then that a lot of times some of these projects are initiated and sometimes they appear more political. And so county staff had many items on their plate of what they needed to accomplish, and a lot of them were not. So I think part of those initial meetings with PJ and Tony Flores and all of the county staff and their expressions of concern that when we just continue to add items and they don't get to complete it, I am seeing the positive outcomes of those meetings and the process that was instituted a few years ago. So congratulations to the Board of County Commissioners, to the county manager and all county staff who really has proceeded in this process to make it even better. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the update, Madam Clerk. We appreciate it. We do have another item under matters from other elected officials, and this is a computer-aided dispatch one solution implementation and recognition. And this is going to be from our county sheriff, Don Mendoza, or Mr. Ken Johnson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I'm here today on behalf of Sheriff Mendoza, who was unable to be here due to a medical surgery that he had yesterday. We wish him well and a speedy recovery. Sheriff Mendoza asked me to address you all today to give you a status update regarding the One Solution computer-aided dispatch project that has been in the works for the last 2 years. When Sheriff Mendoza took office in January of 2019, he made this project one of his priorities and was integral in getting all the agencies involved working together to reach a go-live date. I am pleased to inform you that we went live with the project last Tuesday and Wednesday, June 16th and 17th. This was accomplished remotely via WebEx with the vendor Central Square. As with any IT project of this magnitude, there are issues to be had. Our team has been phenomenal in working through them and ensuring that calls for service were responded to quickly and efficiently. The sheriff wanted to recognize their efforts and hard work that have gotten us to this point. Therefore, if you would indulge me, I would like to recognize them. They are as follows. From the sheriff's office, our sheriff's office coordinator and record supervisor, Jessica Rodarte, our computer specialist, Adrian Ortiz, our training team consisting of Sergeant Edward Webb, Corporal Chris Zook, Corporal Josh David, Deputies Jonathan War and Agent Adrian Miranda, and our quartermaster, Sean Kessler. We would also like to recognize the county IT department, Director Daniel Sanchez, Jeff Espinosa, Jason Dixon, Dominic Ledoux, and Gabriel Rogers. A special thank you to Paul Herrera, who really worked with us closely and played a vital role in getting this project running. Santa Fe County GIS Department, Christina Kelso, Earl Wright, Julian Senna, Deborah Garcia. These individuals created all the maps and worked with the vendor to ensure accuracy and troubleshoot issues as they arose. I would also like to recognize Chief Litzenberg and his team at the County Fire Department, the Santa Fe Police Department Chief Andrew Padilla and Jennifer Munoz, who served as their coordinator, and the rest of their team. Edgewood Chief Ron Crow and his team. This project would not have been a success without RECC and the countless hours that they have put into this project. We want to thank Director Marquez and their entire team in the RECC, as well as retired Director Ken Martinez for all he did early on and before he retired. So if I missed anybody, I apologize, but it was a really successful project, and the sheriff felt it really necessary to recognize all these individuals and thank them for all their hard work. If you have any questions or comments.
Thank you, sir. Under Sheriff Johnson, we really appreciate the update and the information. I'm going to go to other commissioners. Commissioner Hansen, did you have a comment or question?
Thank you very much for all the information, and thank you for everything that you do for our community.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. Commissioner Hamilton, did you have any questions or comments?
Well, just to congratulate you for getting this implemented, and hope it runs smoothly and is as big a help as we all expect it should be for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you for the kind words that you said about the sheriff, and I'll pass them along to him about the ride-alongs. We intend to continue those efforts.
I very much appreciate you passing it along. I was really very impressed. It was from just a casual conversation, and it just was very noteworthy to me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton and Under Sheriff Johnson. I do want to go to Commissioner Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Mr. Chair. What capabilities will be available for the sheriff's office with this system?
Well, it's going to be it's a really advanced system. We're going to be able to do all of our work pretty much electronically, to including producing reports, submitting evidence, just inventorying and being able to access all those records electronically and providing information to the public. And it's really going to streamline our process and make everything a lot more transparent and accurate. And it was a major investment from the county, and it's money well spent. And I think that we're going to be very successful with this project.
Good.
Now that it's been running.
That's good Good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. And I just want to, ditto those remarks from fellow commissioners and congratulate the Sheriff's Department, and also thank Commissioner Hamilton for bringing up the ride-alongs that Sheriff Mendoza does do with each one of his new deputies. I think that it's very important to start off on the right foot and invest in your staff and deputies and make sure that we're making them feel welcome and to get to know them. So I appreciate that, and so I think it'd be great to pass along our just our appreciation to the sheriff. Thank you, Under Sheriff.
Thank you. And, these past few months have been trying for everybody. And on behalf of the Sheriff's Office, we'd like to just say thank you for all the support that we received from the commission and everyone in the county. And luckily, to this point, we haven't had anyone that's come down with the COVID virus, and we're very thankful, and we appreciate all the PPE and everything that's been provided for our deputies, and they appreciate it very much also. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so one last time I'd like to ask if there's any other elected officials out there that would like to address the board. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close that item. I do want to recognize that we have Commissioner-elect Hank Hughes present at this meeting. So thank you for being here, sir. We're going to go on to item number 8B. And this is a resolution recognizing the county's efforts to reduce disparities in healthcare and public safety. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hansen. She's sponsoring this resolution, and along with Commissioner Moreno.
Thank you, commissioners. Part of the reason that I wanted to work with community services was out of the BLM movement, the Black Lives Matter, is that for people in the city and the county to understand the kind of work that we are doing to help our community. The Connect program, there's so many things that the community service program does that people are so unaware of. And I brought this resolution forward hoping that we could get some press, that we can write a press release about the things that we are doing in the county, because I feel it is really important for the community to understand the kind of effort that the county makes, during this special time. I mean, how many people we're feeding, how much work all of community service is doing. And I know that Rachel and Patricia are on the line also. And I think that just reminding each other and sharing this with the community, this type of resolution about what we are doing to provide services in this, really extremely difficult time, and what our staff is doing and how many meals that they are producing. And, so there are things in the resolution, and I would like to offer the floor to possibly Rachel and or Patricia, if they would like to say a few words about this resolution and why it's important for people to understand. Because also, part of this idea of defunding the police really is to move services. People want to move services to community services to provide more services for our community. And I don't feel that we need to defund our sheriff. What we need to do is work with our sheriffs. And it's clear that we have a really good sheriff in Santa Fe County, and that we enable people to recognize all the good work that Santa Fe County is doing. And that is part of the reason why I brought forward this resolution. I'm hoping that the press will pick this up and start realizing some of the great things that Santa Fe County is doing for our community. And with that, Rachel and the Commissioner, Rachel, are you on the line? Would you like to say a few words?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Rachel O'Connor with the Community Services Department. There's a couple things I'd like to add, and I'm not going to belabor it because County Manager Miller just mentioned some of the things in her COVID report. But I do want to state a couple things, and that is about 5 years ago, the Commission and the Community Services Department embarked on a health action plan. Many of you are familiar with it. And in that, I think we've been proactive in doing a couple things that have come up during this time of crisis for Santa Fe County and for the state and for the country. And the first is this issue of healthcare disparity. I think that the COVID crisis has rightly so confirmed some of the things that we recognized within our health action plan, that healthcare, equal access to healthcare does not exist, and that we have tried to assist in reducing that disparity in Santa Fe County and hopefully across the state with the programs that we've developed, including the Connect program and many other programs that provide basic support to people and increase their access to healthcare. And then the second matter that I want to thank everybody for, and it was also included in the health action plan, and I want to thank the county, the commission, and my colleagues for, is the fact that I think the county very early on recognized some of the intersection between public health and public safety, and have tried to work proactively amongst ourselves so that we could provide behavioral health supports that hopefully reduced the number of people that were that had primary behavioral health diagnoses and that were being treated perhaps inappropriately in our jails and in our law enforcement community. I think that, as you've just stated, the sheriff has done a terrific job. We're very excited to continue to work with the sheriff's department. I've been honored to work with Director Cedillo and his staff, and I think we have proactively addressed this through the development of our mobile crisis team, our funding of things like treatment and detox, and what is now under construction and will soon become our crisis center. So I wanted to point out those issues and say thank you to the commissioner and to the commission. You have always been generous with the Community Services Department, and we hope we serve you well.
Thank you, Rachel. I feel like you are making the county look really great, and I think the Connect program is really amazing. I want to ask Commissioner Moreno if he wants to say a few words also.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. This is a really good thing that that the county has done. When I started 3 years ago in this job, it was a fantasy to well, there was a lot of planning, obviously, but it was a germ of an idea to have a place and services for the community that that can be relied upon when, especially when they're in stress. and to see this in the flesh, so to speak. I'm really excited to see how this project is going to unfold. I'm really happy being part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. And also, so I just want to read some of the therefores into the record that is stated in this resolution, that we recognize the county disparities in healthcare and public safety, and that requests the county staff utilize resources budgeted for these purposes, continue to explore ways to further develop county programs and services for the benefit of all county residents in our community, continue through Connect program to provide services to vulnerable populations, thus reducing the disparity that exists in accessing and utilizing quality healthcare services in our community, provide funding to federal qualified healthcare centers to serve low-income immigrant and vulnerable populations in the county, explore partnerships through the county teen court program with law enforcement to provide training to youth on law enforcement interaction, continue to provide behavioral health support to youth and their families in an effort to build resiliency factors and reduce negative outcomes in our community. 5, continue with the implementation of the Behavioral Health Crisis Center to support individuals with behavioral health issues and to reduce the burden of law enforcement through the development of a dedicated entry and assessment program process. And 6, explore the law enforcement, the utilization of the mobile crisis team in situations that involve individuals with behavioral health issues. And 7, continue to prioritize through the county strategic plan, the development of youth service division to support early intervention services to assist high-risk youth in addressing behavioral and other issues. And so with that, I ask that the county please pass this resolution, and I move to approve this resolution that recognizes the county's effort to reduce disparities in healthcare and public safety.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hansen. Commissioner Moreno, would you like to second?
I would, yes. I second the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. So we do have a motion and a second. I'm going to go to a roll call vote and start with Commissioner Hansen.
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes. Just apologize to the commission. I kind of double booked a meeting or so, but so yes, I vote yes. Great resolution.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this resolution passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, can we get a resolution number for this resolution, please?
Yes, Chair Roybal, for the record, the resolution you just passed as a board is resolution number 2020-50. Thank you.
50. Okay, congratulations. Okay, we're going to go on to item number 6C. And this is a resolution to protect and enhance pollinators, species, and their habitat throughout Santa Fe County. And once again, we have this is sponsored by Commissioner Anna Hansen. Commissioner Hansen?
Thank you, Chair Roybal. So once again, this I believe falls in line with our sustainability program, and I have worked with my own staff, Sarah Smith, who I could not do this job without, and Claudia Borchert, who also has worked on this, and I believe she is on the line also. And what this is it talks about how important pollinators are. I want to thank Jamie Aranda from PNM. I'm hoping that they will come up with a public-private partnership that we can work on to educate people about how important pollinators are in our community, and especially in this time of climate change, and where the reduction of pesticides is so necessary for our pollinator sentient beings to continue living with us. Also, in this resolution, we talk about the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area, which I am the vice president of through the Board of County Commissioners. And we also have a pollinator species resolution that was brought forward at the Northern Rio Grande Heritage Area. And that includes Taos and Rio Arriba County. And so I'm looking forward to also not only sharing this resolution with our congressional delegation and our state delegation, but also with our fellow county commissioners and city in northern New Mexico. I want to know if, I know that Claudia is on the line, and if she would like to say a few things about this resolution.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good afternoon, actually, commissioners. It's nice to see you. I look forward to the times when we might be able to see each other more in person. I just wanted to mention some of the reasons why why protecting pollinators is so important. And one of them is that pollinators and humans are very closely linked. Insects pollinate 75% of the crops that we eat. So it's hard to imagine a world without enough pollinators. And the number of bugs, including pollinators, have decreased, some of them precipitously. You may have noticed that simply by the number of bugs that we no longer have to clean off our windshield. Believe it or not, that is one of the ways that scientists have studied the decrease in bugs. And the primary reason is a loss of habitat. So I really appreciate the commissioner in inviting sustainability to work with her on this resolution. And we also look forward to working with other people. Many agencies and organizations throughout the county, throughout the state, are recognizing the need to protect pollinators, and we look forward to working with them in trying to figure out how we can best do that. Thank you all, and take care.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you. This is very important to bring forward. And I imagine you're probably aware, but many other people may not be. Just last week, EPA was forced to reauthorize sulfoxaflor, which is an insecticide that kills bees. It was judged in one of the appellate courts that they didn't have enough proof that it was detrimental to bees. The loss of pollinators is a critical ecosystem concern. And actually, depending on how, it's not hysterical, I think it's valid science. The human sustainability, not green action, but our survival depends on having pollinators. It's estimated we would survive one generation without them. That's not a very long time. And so it is a very, very serious thing. I suspect the threat, as of EPA's forced action last week, the threat to pollinators is much greater now. I mean, alarmingly greater. So this may seem like a small action compared to the level of threat, but it is, every little bit is worthwhile.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. So one of my heroines has always been Rachel Carson, and it is her great book was Silent Spring, that she wrote in the 50s and 60s with Stuart Udall at the Department of Interior. And who would have thought that we're still dealing with trying to protect and provide and protect our pollinator species, but it is even more important now than it has ever been. And I want to read into the record the therefores from this resolution. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners, Santa Fe County, as follows. All citizens are encouraged to take action consistent with land use and other laws and regulations and private covenants to make their property pollinator friendly, including but not limited to planting pollinator friendly regional appropriate plants and avoiding the use of all pesticides to kill pollinators, so that the board may in a future meeting informed decision about allocation of resources for various projects Santa Fe County is directed to analyze as part of the general strategic planning process or part of the Sustainable Land Development Code and Sustainable Growth Management Plan process, the human and other resources necessary to do or explore to do the following. The identification of existing pockets of pollinator habitat on public and private land, potential coordination and collaboration with partners invested in pollinator habitat protection and restoration, including potential strategic public-private partnership, encourage voluntary, collaboratory, and locally led pollinator habitat conservation, including planting pollinator gardens, building bee blocks, and eliminating the use of all nicotinoid, pesticide, develop and improve nectar corridors for pollinators by encouraging the planting of pollinator-friendly regional appropriate plants, including big leaf lupin, milkweed, purple prairie clover, Oregon checker bloom, tall fringe bluebells, and white hedge nettles. Provide educational opportunities for government and non-government entities to learn how to support pollinators and their habitat. Initiate citizen science for tackling key populations of pollinator species and habitat, utilizing in Santa Fe County operations integrated pest management practice with a goal of being pesticide free whenever possible. Prioritizing the incorporation of native pollinator-friendly landscaping in all newly landscaped county facilities. Prioritize the use of native pollinator and friendly seeds or plants in the reclamation of any disturbed Santa Fe County owned or leased land. The potential inclusion in the SGMC of the goal to protect and enhance pollinator species and their habitat on public and private land throughout Santa Fe County, developing proposed amendment to the SLDC that would further the goal of developing and protecting pollinators and their habitat. 3, in order to emphasize the importance of protecting pollinator species and their habitat, encourage a collaborative, coordinated regional and statewide and national action. The county manager is directed to forward this resolution to New Mexico state senators and representatives in Congress, New Mexico governor, state senators and representatives in New Mexico legislature representing Santa Fe County, and other elected officials representing political subdivisions wholly or partly within the boundaries of Santa Fe County, the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area, and the New Mexico County Executive Board of Directors. And also, when you go to your local nurseries, ask them, what are the pollinator-friendly plants that really work in this community? Agua Fria, Plants of the Southwest, Newman's, all of our nurseries, and ask them, especially local nurseries, how can I do this? How can I encourage more planting for pollinators to grow? And And one of the most important pollinators for northern New Mexico is bumblebees. Bumblebees really like high elevation. And so encouraging their population is really important. And I know I've taken probably a little bit more time, but with that, I am asking for a motion to please approve this resolution. And I see Commissioner Hamilton has her hand up.
well, first of all, I think you already made the motion, but I actually have a question because all the things encouraging actions make sense to me. But there are a couple of things here I'd like some clarification on. It's directing the county to initiate citizen science about tracking populations. What level of effort are we talking about in terms of expending county resources to actually go out and do technical studies on where pollinators are located?
So
and I'm asking and the other one has to do with, well, I mean, there are a few others similar to that. And the reason I'm asking the question is all the other encouragements make a lot of sense, but we're in a critical budget crisis now. And some of these seem like pretty broad directions of county staff that I'm not sure we can sustain right at the moment.
And that is why it says under number 2, so that the board may at a future meeting an informed decision about allocating of resources for various projects. Because I recognize that we are in a critical issue right now, critical time financially right now. But I have been waiting and waiting to bring this resolution forward. And I feel that this is necessary for human survival. And part of the reason we are in this COVID-19 situation is because of the deterioration of the climate and our lack of response and respect for human life. And so I feel very strongly that I do completely understand that the county has limited resources at this time. And that is specifically why I said at a future time, we could talk about allocating of resources under number 2.
Well, okay. So first of all, your technical support for it, your statement of the critical nature of this kind of issue is totally supported. It's totally justified. My concern is that the way I read this is that it's actually directing all these activities currently, that the staff is directed to analyze as part of the plan the human and other resources necessary. Maybe you're not directing the studies, you're directing an analysis of what it would take to do them.
Yes.
Okay, I see where you're going there. Thank you. And
Okay,
I do
you're welcome.
You already made a motion.
Okay, so I'm glad I already made a motion and you
seconded. I believe.
Thank you.
Isn't that
Thank
true,
you.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did hear you. So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. Under discussion, is there anything else under discussion?
Not that I wouldn't have, but I think technically you got the second from Commissioner Moreno. Isn't that true?
That was on the last resolution, but
No, you seconded, I believe,
Oh,
this
okay,
one.
thank you. Okay, fine. Yes, I remember. It's late. I'm sorry.
yeah, and we be patient because we've all been in about 9 hours. We've been in this meetings for 9 hours now, so it's been a long day already. So, anyways, we do have a motion and a second under comments. Do you have any comments, Commissioner Garcia?
Step away.
Oh, he did. Okay, so Commissioner Moreno, did you have any comments?
No, I support the bees.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson.
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal as well. And I do feel that Commissioner Hamilton brought some good issues up, and I think that, I know our county manager and our strategic planning team will actually look at how resources will be allocated in the future. So I think that, I think it's a good resolution with great benefits and definitely something that we need to keep in mind as we move forward. So thank you for the resolution. So this resolution does pass with 4 commissioners voting yes, and 1 commissioner is not present at this point. So it does pass. So can we get a resolution number for this, Madam Clerk?
Chair Roybal, for the record, the resolution you just passed in section 6C item is resolution 2020-51. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you and congratulations. We're going to go ahead and move on to our matters of from the county attorney, but I wanted to ask if any commissioners had questions on the reports that were provided by staff. If not, I don't see any other items after we come out of executive session.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
I wanted to thank the planning department for all of the great work that they are doing in growth management. I also, of course, want to recognize and thank community service for their update, along with, human resources, finance, and public safety and public works. I really appreciate all of the updates and being able to know what everything that is going on and all the things that the staff is doing. And so I want to say thank you to all the staff for all your hard work, and especially during this very, very difficult time of COVID-19, and for your persistence and your hard work. Thank you. You're muted, Mr. Chair.
So thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Is there any other questions or comments from any of the other commissioners relevant to questions from monthly reports from our staff? Okay, if not, I believe, unless Manager Miller, but if there's anything else, but I think we can probably let staff go and go into executive session. Is that?
Mr. Chair, I think that is so. I think Greg will want to read the caption for you for making a motion going into executive session. Additionally, I just want to remind you that executive session is in another venue. We have to leave this web meeting, go to your calendar, click on your executive session WebEx meeting. But this meeting will not close because we do have one item. When we come out of executive session, we have to come back to this meeting to vote on that item.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. Can you give us a summary of what we're going into executive session for, Attorney Schaefer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. So we'll be going into executive session in order to discuss the pending or threatened litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 1015(1)H7 NMSA 1978, as well as the discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights as allowed by Section 1015(1)H8 NMSA 1978. And then finally, deliberations with regard to administrative adjudicatory proceedings also is allowed under the Open Meetings Act. And the specific items to be discussed are the disposition of open space property, a joint powers agreement dispute, and BCC case number 19-5241 the Dollar General Store BCC appeal.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Schaefer. I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hamilton?
I move we go into executive session to discuss the items as delineated by the county attorney.
Okay, do I hear a second? Commissioner Hanson?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Hanson. I mean, a motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Moreno. Commissioner Hanson, you had your hand up. You have a question?
No, I was just.
Okay, so if we could get a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, thank you. Chair Roy Ball,
Yes?
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
I believe Commissioner Garcia may have stepped off the meeting momentarily, but he did say he would join us in executive session.
thank you, Chair Roy Ball. Commissioner Moreno.
Yes.
Four of you have voted to go into executive session. I want to wish you a good evening, and I also want to thank Estrella and Julia for helping me connect today. Today is the first time I'm away from my office or even a county building to be the clerk for the Board of County Commissioners. So I wanted to add this tool to my toolbox in the event that COVID-19 gets any worse. And this way I can be in different areas to conduct my duties. So thank you all and have a good evening and good luck in your executive session.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to your staff as well, because we definitely always need your presence. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that comment. Good evening.
Hi.
Okay, so I'm not sure if we still have all the commissioners here, but I'd like to go ahead and take a recess for about 10 minutes, and then we can join in the executive session. That's okay with everybody?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you. 10 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, we're coming back in.
Welcome back, everybody.
Hello. Do we have all the commissioners online? It looks like we have Commissioner Hanson, Hamilton, and myself. I'm not sure I see Moreno or Commissioner Garcia yet.
Right. I think right now we're just lacking Commissioner Moreno and Commissioner Garcia.
Is that bleed through? That are you guys hearing that noise also?
What's up with the
don't
special
worry.
effects? Yes.
For some reason, the system signed in Rachel Brown twice, so I just had to expel one of her accounts.
Thank you.
No problem.
It was just interesting sound effects associated with that process.
Every once in a while that happens. You'll see someone signed in twice and you hear that noise, and that's what happened. Not sure why, but it's an easy fix.
So we still don't have Commissioner Garcia or Commissioner Moreno, right?
I don't see them.
Right.
No, and I texted and didn't get a response. I think, you have a quorum if you want to finish the meeting. There's just the one.
Let's see the kitty.
Okay, so can I'll entertain a motion to come out of the
Birdie's
executive
going to
session.
take their place. Can you see Birdie?
Yes.
she can be Commissioner Moreno or
Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion that we come out of executive session, assuring that the only things we talked about in executive session were those that were listed by County Attorney Schaefer during the motion to go into session, and that no decisions were made.
I will second that.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Hanson. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So we're out of executive session.
Commissioner Moreno.
Commissioner Roybal, Commissioner Moreno just signed in.
Okay, thank you for signing in, Commissioner Moreno. We just had a motion to come out of executive session. So we're now out of executive session.
Okay.
Okay, so
Yes, signing in right now.
Commissioner Moreno, would you like to be on record as voting to come out of executive session?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson.
Now that we're out of executive session, I would like to make a motion to approve the settlement agreement between the county and the city of Santa Fe.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson. Do I hear a second?
I second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Moreno,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson, Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia, are you online?
Yes, vote yes.
Okay, and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So it has a unanimous decision. Thank you very much. The motion passes. Next on the agenda are announcements. I don't know if any commissioners have any additional announcements tonight. But if not, then I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Hanson. All those in favor signify by saying bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.